Aha. Back again. Okay, let's do it. We were looking at making a challenge page, I remember vaguely. And I also vaguely remember that we were keeping track of what was being done here. Clicking on pending challenge brings you to the accept challenge screen. I think we've done that already, no? I know. Clicking the accept challenge button accepts challenge. Accepting a challenge doesn't show the challenge in the pending challenges anymore. I guess that will be just fixed, but I think I've left it unchecked because I still need to manually test that stuff. Because here's the screen that leads you to, or that shows you a pending challenge. Nothing's working here because nothing's running, I think. Oh, it is running. Then it's probably because I'm not logged in anymore. Now here we go. Oh man. Okay. Unauthorized. Yep. Let's log in with Karmeliet. Haha, no output whatsoever. There's stuff in here. Ah yeah, I always forget. I just have to refresh. Karmeliet does not have any pending challenges. Well, maybe. Just maybe. If I go to application again, I get rid of this goddamn console. Okay, weg ermee. And then I get rid of the sessions. Log out all. Zizzo, and then I log in again as somebody else. So maybe Mr. Rat. Oei. Let's refresh. They do have Karmeliet challenged them. So I click on Duel versus Karmeliet next Wednesday, you twat. And then now we need to fill this screen basically with the stuff that we already have. I keep forgetting how good Coronet is. It's more of a summer beer though, but it's still nice. Okay. So I'm just gonna close everything and then we'll go to the accept challenge.elm file, which we created last time, I remember. But yeah, it's just not doing anything at all. So let's go to the message type. You've got an accept challenge button clicked. Well, that's about it. I mean, we don't want that, I think. These I don't think we need either. Olé. Maybe we do, but not now at least. But let's just check what we should do with this. Here we go. View challenge. No, that's not what I want either. We take a challenge ID. And we need to initialize. This is the thing we need to do. That's performing accept challenge, but maybe first, before we do that, let's add another message type called challenge or fetch challenge completed or something. I always forget what it was called. This is it. Some message type, but it should have like that HTTP result thing. We called it response. Fetch challenge response. And then this needs to be a result type, huh? Because that's how it looks like. So let's not do perform accept challenge, but perform fetch challenge. Fetch challenge. And I guess we could take a model. That's fine. We don't want a post, we want a get. And we want, oh, is it just a, what does it look like, this thing? Can we do that? Oh, just a URL and then an expect and no body. So, it needs to be pending challenge as well. Yeah. Okay, let's rename this. Pending challenge. There we go. And then we don't need this anymore. At least I think that's how it works. We should have documented that somewhere in our scenario here, this challenging scenario. Fetch pending challenges, not a single one. I don't think we actually have that. Well, let's go to the controller. Yeah, we only have a list of all of the pending challenges, and then an accept challenge endpoint, but not a one where we've got the single one. I guess we can already create that at some point. So it looks like we're going to do some Kotlin at least anyway. So I think what I want, or it's a different controller. That can also be the case. No, it doesn't look like it, huh? So maybe if we want to keep the same then it should look like that, the same URL scheme. As if you get this challenge, which is a pending one, and it's this ID. No. Fetch challenge. Oi. It's supposed to be called got. Okay. And now it's going to complain that it needs some more stuff, huh? Yeah. Result API error. So it needs a result and then an API error thing. And then an actual result type, which is pending challenge, which we don't have yet, I guess. And this actually is almost everything here, except from the key failure. I think that's about it. I really need to put some braces around that. Oh, it's still not working. It requires an empty. It's because it's got expect string and it should have expect JSON, I think. And now we need something else, a decoder for that thing. It's a bit weird. Alles zeg. Let's look at how we did it elsewhere, because I keep forgetting. No, not here. In our challenge of Elm, for example. At least I got the type right there. And oh yeah, we put that in an API, that's right. So first we need the decoder and then we've got the message type. Okay, so that looks like this, but ours looks a bit different. This would be the pending challenge decoder, and it has to decode to a pending challenge, and that's gonna try and create that thing. And our pending challenge is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing. So map 5. It's a bit weird that we don't have this decoder thing yet. It's this one. JSON decode as D then, I guess. Voila. And now we just need to map some more stuff. Like all of these. I guess these are all strings. I don't actually know, but you know, we'll find out soon enough. Do we need a challenge mode or something different? We've done this part before, I remember, where first we need to map a JSON string to a JSON decode string or an Elm string, and then map that string into the challenge mode. Well, we really did that already, I think, here in the pending challenges. Yeah. Oh, look at this pending challenge entry. But maybe I added too much. Yeah, the nickname we need to find elsewhere. Challenge ID, opponent nickname. Oh, we called it opponent name here in pending challenge entry. This is a single one though, eh? I have from a list. And comment isn't even there. I guess we didn't need that then or something, I don't know. Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, we could use this one, but then that one doesn't need a comment at all. I'm sorry. This we can reuse, huh? That should have done it. Oh, dear Lord. Sorry, huh? Oh, there we go. Now there's a bit of an inconsistency. Well, it's an inconsistency we will solve later. Missing branches. What do we want to do then? Well, we want to update the model. So model no, we want to maybe we can already unpack this one. So that's a case result or of, and then we want, if it's an OK, I think, then it will have a pending challenge, and we want to update our model with the pending challenge. So I think we can do model set. Oh, we don't have that. Etc, etc. So this, I think we just want to put somewhere else. And then if it's a mess or an error, we don't do anything with that. So we just do voila. And now we need the update model with. Oh yeah, it also is gonna need the model, of course. So that would be model pending challenge then. And here we put this part, so we just chain it, I think. No, we don't have that. That's weird. Oh, we do. Okay. A challenge ID I still need to set. The nickname. Yeah, and then I guess we just provide setters for those other things. Set comment. Set opponent nickname. Alles zeg. Nickname. And we'll do the same for the challenge ID. Although this one we should get from the URL, I think. So we've got challenge mode, challenge ID, opponent nickname, challenge mode, appointment, comment, and then the rest is not supposed to be updated. Let's format this stuff. Challenge ID, opponent name. Oh shit. Ah yeah, it's not challenge mode anymore. I renamed it to game mode. The comment still is there. And now I still need to set challenge ID using pending challenge.challenge ID. The name I haven't set either. Opponent nickname. Voila, and then the rest should be okay, yeah. Well, it's compiling, so it's gonna try and do or perform a call to this URL now, which is not gonna work. Maybe there's no specific... why am I always doing that in the challenge controller? There should also be a get for a single... Nope, that's weird, huh? Yeah, we can add that real fast. Real fast. I think we can just skip the slash pending and then, or no. This needs to be okay, I guess. Or like, we don't even care, I think. Yeah, now we need the ID here. Like this. It's gonna be better if we call it challenge ID. I copy pasted something. So now we need a new one. Like we did with the players, I think. Still strange why I had to put it in between brackets. It doesn't make sense to me. Player by ID, voila. Okay, let's check it out. Now we need to do challenge by ID. Pending challenge by ID, I guess. And then this can just hold the challenge ID. There you go. And I believe that stuff is just magically gonna work because we've got an inline class for that. This thing doesn't exist yet, so let's go ahead and create that new query. Not here, but here. And it needs a, not a challenged player ID, but a challenge ID, which is a challenge ID. And this will just return a queryable challenge, pending challenge, that's it. Okay, and then that will return no, we don't need to do that. Then I don't know. I no longer know what it is that or how this thing works. Let's go to the player controller. Yeah. It's something that takes a queryable pending challenge. Nee, incorrect. It's something where you can call a function on a queryable challenge. So really, voila. Sort of what to do with this thing then. When the map doesn't work, so then we can use it like this, I believe. Wait, if I don't mess it up, of course. Then I'm gonna undo this part a little bit and keep it working. Maybe I can then Still do the same thing. So that would be queryable pending challenge .toJSON apparently. No, I don't get it anymore. This is the same file, eh? Why is it saying that it's a member at the same time? That I don't understand. The comment is missing from this one apparently. Let's hope that the DAO thing has it. Probably not. Oh, fuck. So am I even saving the comment? I guess I am, but I'm just not returning it in the pending challenge thing. Okay. That's okay, yeah. Still, why is that not working? As JSON is a member and an extension at the same time. So the second argument here is something that is able to transform your queryable pending challenge into a pending challenge JSON. Huh? Okay, so let's see. So now I should have my queryable pending challenge itself, and then I can just do JSON with this, and that should work. Okay, that's also coolio. It's weird that I can't pass it as a reference. Okay. Voila, now it's working at least. And then what? Should be okay, yeah? I also noticed the response entity bullshit. I don't remember if I actually need it. I don't think I do. Where is that player controller? Do you do that? Oh, you do? Oh shit, okay. Well then. So we say response. Well, maybe let's first assign it otherwise. This should do it, honestly. Oh, too many angular brackets there. Wow, lasse. Here we go. Okay. That's our backend. No, not really. We need a handler for this one. Where do we've got these get this one. This one has a handler. Let's put it right next to it. Voila. We're returning a single queryable pending challenge, or it explodes. This is the query we're taking care of, or we're handling. We're returning a single one. And we do find by ID or something, or get by ID, in fact. Challenge ID. And then apparently we're also mapping here. Okay. So map would become let in our case. And then get by ID is something we don't have yet. Oops. Get by ID with the challenge ID, which is a challenge ID which returns this thing here. Okay, and then I also completely forgot our player control repository. This one, if you do get by ID, so this one is returning a nullable type, and then we throw if it's not found. Okay, we can do that. So that means the convention would be this is gonna maybe return something if it's found, and otherwise it'll explode. Wait, yeah. The handler again. Where does that live? In core, of course. Yeah, and this one should explode, huh? But this is the repo, but the repo isn't a repository. Yeah. Hang on, huh? It's this one. Oh, we don't have the ID there, I don't think. Because our ID is the challenge ID and not... Yeah, here it's a UUID. This thing exists. Queryable challenges, which is an interface. Yeah, and here we've made the explicit distinction on the DAO level. Okay, so even though we already had such a thing like this, we want the same thing now. Because this one was talking in domain speak, and we don't want that. In fact, that's why we split it up. I guess we could have used these queryable challenges, huh? I mean, no. And if it doesn't work, then we should throw not found. Voila. Okay, and now we need to implement it by going to this part. Oh, maybe we can just steal the one in queryable challenges. If we look at this one, it's gonna be exactly the same, but with the added so queryable pending challenge, this thing should be. It needs to be an override. And it's weird that it's not, in fact. Oh yeah, we called it challenge ID. Yeah. Ah, shit. Rename it so that it works. Voila. Where? That's the ID. And accepted is accepted. I think it's like this, is false. Yeah, okay, so it needs to be a string, yeah? Well, it should be okay, it should work. Ah, yeah, of course, I copy pasted it from elsewhere, that's why. Derp. Okay. That should do it, huh? I guess in the queryable pending challenge we already have the opponent name in a join. So you sort of want to do this crap, but then we want to add Joi, was het echt allemaal, hè. This we want. That shit can go. And then we want c.challenge ID. Forgot the brace or parentheses. Okay. No, now I am starting to get it again. The opponent challenge ID is important here. All right. Because we want the opponent ID. So that would be the opponent nickname then, huh? Feels like a lot of stuff can go wrong with all of this, huh? And I don't have any scenario tests for that. Maybe I should quickly add one. Scenario, this one. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'm starting to get it now. It's not very consistent the way that I'm performing these queries. Because here what we're doing is we're choosing the opponent's client. This one asks, give me all of the pending challenges that I have. So me as the opponent, as RGM3. And there my opponent would be Schelp because he's the one that challenged me. And then our pending challenge is DAO. That's visible because here the challenger ID is in fact the opponent name. I guess it's the same for us currently. At least then we can keep it consistent. Because when you click on something, since we are only ever showing the pending challenges for the accepting side, the opponent is always going to be the challenger. It's a bit confusing, yeah, but that's just how it works. Then that also will mean that we'll have to eventually find a player's pending challenges. We're not doing that here. Maybe we can rework it that way at some point as well. Okay, my mind is already racing with the other stuff that I want to figure out. Whatevs. It will just go wrong anyway if I try to... Oh wait, I'll have to change it is what I wanted to say. I'll have to change it once I add it as a scenario step anyway, so let's just first make this screen work and then go from there. So we've got our queryable challenges or pending challenges DAO, which is being used by that query handler, which then also maps the found pending challenge over to a queryable pending challenge. It's a bit weird, I think. Isn't this already a queryable pending challenge? Yep. So very strange indeed. So we can do return that or throw. The mapping had to be there for the other thing. And here it's the same actually. I don't understand. I mean, it's not like we're switching these, are we? I don't think we need this anymore. Yay. Okay. Then we've got a running Scramble application, which we will restart. And then hopefully stuff will work. Ah, wait, there's one thing that we haven't done yet. we're expecting the comment in our Elm class. Sorry, here, but we don't actually have that. This we don't have just yet, so let's put it in comment. Let's put the comment in comment. Sorry. We just won't update the comment then. Nice, it was all the way at the bottom. And then here, same thing. What's the problem? String game mode, string, and then E. Huh. Oh yeah, we need map 4 then instead. Man. Not very bright this evening. We need more beer. Nice. Okay, let's find out how that stuff looks like. Yeah, I guess we need to log in again and all that jazz. So that'll be good, I think, to log in as who was it again? Jutok. Already forgot. Oh yeah, am I? Mr. Red. Mr. Red has all of the sessions. We refresh. There we go. We click on this. Strange. Finished loading. What did we forget? Was it an explosion? Yeah, maybe this is not such a great idea. Ah yeah, we're not actually such a derp guy. We're not actually calling the perform challenge response thingy, or we're not even calling this, is what I was trying to say. There you go. Damn, I completely forget how that worked. We have an init page somewhere else. In challenge here. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna... Okay. So it should be perform fetch pending challenge, and then it needs the challenge ID. And instead of getting it from the model, we should get it from there. Voila. Save it. Hier say, Carmelite challenged you to duel next Wednesday, you twat. Alright. It looks a bit weird, huh? Nee? Well, at least it works, huh? Okay, let's rearrange it a little bit, huh? And then afterwards we can perform accept challenge and then be done with it. So we've got a view part. Challenge header, blah, challenge you to. That's what we're seeing here. Oh yeah, and then there's the next part, which is this. We've got a challenge detail, and that then contains challenge mode, appointment, and comment. The comment isn't being rendered because it's blank, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that it's underneath there. And then finally there's the accept challenge button. Looks great. Okay, maybe let's do something like this, and then we've got a label in front of it or something, I don't know. So let's keep this to do the mode translation. So let mode as text or something. In this crap where we put mode as text, and then we just say mode. Oh, it's already UI.text. So, okay. Yeah, maybe add a space then or something, I don't know. Okay, yeah. We could probably write it a little bit nicer, eh? Where it says, Carmelite challenge you to a duel next Wednesday, you twat. Something like that. And we can skip all of the other stuff. So here it would be, I don't want the header here anymore then, I guess. Guess what I want to do is keep this part, and then we just say view challenge, I think, or challenge detail maybe. And then we'll just pass along everything about the challenge detail. We just pass along the model. Come. Or did I want to put it up top here maybe? Gotta open the case. Don't remember what the plan was there. Okay, then without a header, let's see what it looks like. Oh. Okay. I guess we can still use the columns, but then write something like so, but then not view game mode, but view challenge header using the opponent. I think it might have been that. I don't remember anymore. Probably nickname. Yeah. So that's fine. This would be opponent challenge you to, and then here it should say a duel, and then when we don't care about that. Next Wednesday, you twat. You could put it all in one thing, of course. Okay. Okay, I think it's fine now. What? Yeah, now we've got some choices. Do we want to make accept challenge work first and then do some styling, or the thing is already there, in fact, the endpoint to accept a challenge. I can't, it's so difficult to make decisions. Oh, fucking hell. I guess we can first make the add the comment in there. So this is fine. It's just not being filled properly. So, and then lastly we need to set it, and then it should be a map 5 indeed. Okie dokie. So that's that. Then we need to make sure that our controller is sending that, and the way we do that is it should be mapped here. So in pending challenge JSON, that thing should now also get a comment, which is a string. Which means we want to get it from our queryable pending challenge, which doesn't exist yet. So let's make that happen. Comment. Then we need to make sure that our JDBI implementation also selects it. This can be the comment, I think. Yep. I will need to do the same here. Add some commas. I think that's it. In fact, we will need to restart our server. And I don't remember if I added a comment to that thing, but I probably did. Yep, should be some comment or whatever. Okay, let's try and fetch it, I guess. Wait, bad gateway. Oh, voila, blah, blah, blah. Good enough for me. Okay, so that's filling the... make it look like the wireframe. Filling in the challenge or pending accept challenge field. Accept challenge screen. With data from a pending challenge. There we go. Accept challenge has problems. Ah, yeah, that's the Elm file, but it's probably because we haven't generated any types. Oh, or this. That's probably that. That's probably it. Okay. Yeah. And now I think what we want to do is complete the accept challenge. So that this part works, and then we can go into refactoring. Can we already tick some boxes here maybe? I guess this is now done. Cool. Maybe let's make it explicit that we want to do some serious refactoring. And pending challenge, which looks a lot like challenge. But it is a different thing, in fact. I remember in last week when we go to our challenge aggregate, was it here even? Yeah, so if you click on accept, you're returning an accepted challenge. So what we could do next is in fact put the domain in between and then make sure we only get accepted challenges, for example. So those would be non-pending challenges. So that would make these the actual pending challenges. So all the challenges that we've been creating now, these should in fact be pending challenges. We just haven't made the distinction yet. That's funny, yeah. Yeah, and when you create a challenge, you get in return a pending challenge. That makes sense. But then a challenge repository is a bit of a weird thing. I guess this then also turns into a pending challenges repository. That to make it more explicit. I think that's the biggest issue. We were not how do you say that? Or we could put the get pending challenges in here as well. No, we need to make it more concrete, I think. And then those can be queryable challenges, which understands whether or not it's an accepted one or not. Yeah, here, oh fucking hell. Here it's important that we still keep it implemented like that, because it sort of implies that your challenge needs to exist anyway. Because for a challenge to be able to accept one, it needs to exist first. So yeah. Am I okay? Alright, before I continue with all of this crap, I'm going to, well, first I'm gonna go grab a beer. Then we'll first finish the accept challenge part. And then, allee, wat staan nu weer? So this part will finish first, and then we'll do a bunch of refactoring. Allee. See you soon, eh? Be right back. By the way, if you've got questions, hit me up in chat. Normally it should work. I'm gonna spam my Discord again. And if you've missed any of my previous episodes, you just watch them on YouTube. Choop choop. Alright, be right back. Yo. We back. We are back. Back with a new beer. Oh, Tuesdays. You know, normally I would be hosting lean coffees, drinking beers on Tuesdays. And then every other Tuesday I'm doing live coding. So I like it that I'm keeping up the tradition of drinking beer on a Tuesday. Skål, hè? Oh. God damn. All right. So let's do the perform except challenge thing. We know already. God perform. Oh, have a nice beer. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is yummy, eh? It looks like we did a post, but I remember it's a put. Nee. Put does not exist. There's no such thing as a put in Elm. Oh my god. Unless... Nope. Fuck. Maybe there's another way to do it. No, I guess like this. Fucking hell. Why? Unbelievable. So luckily the request thing looks a lot like a regular post. So that's HTTP request, then we say it needs to be a put, then the URL is this one. And then body needs to be this one. This one could go, that one can go. Expect, I don't know yet what that thing is, huh? What's it like in post? Oh, that's just our... Huh. Where is the post from before? It's this kind of stuff, huh? Yeah, makes sense. I thought we already had that somewhere. Maybe I deleted too much. Ah ja, voilà, hier. Zo. And then the body. I guess we also got rid of too much of that. Oeh, van mij veel te rap, hè. Zo. By the way, how's it going, SJS001? Or do you have a shorter name? As challenge request, that's not what I want. I want to do as accept challenge request. It doesn't in fact need anything, I don't believe, because we've got our scenario. And when we say accept challenge, we're just posting nothing. So body, it's an empty one. I'm not sure how to do that, in fact. Empty body. Okay. Empty body. Quarantining. Oei, oei, oei. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm doing fine, but I'm also a little bit afraid of the increase in numbers in Belgium. Yeah. So a string as an expecting is fine, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I will. Don't you worry. I hope the symptoms aren't too bad. Like no, not high of a fever and stuff like that. And it's just a little bit uncomfortable because you met somebody else who might have had the COVID. Yeah, so this is fine. Got perform accept challenge response. Let's put it close to this one. Call it that thing. Yeah, and then this is going to change for sure. It's not that bad. Oh, that's good. Then let's put it here. Should be that thing. And then we just return a model cmd.none just to make it compile. Right. That's how it should look like. Okay. So when that stuff, when it works, let's say that it's an okay. I think in that, what do we want to do when it's results, when it's okay? We just give a message, challenge accepted or something, I don't know. Or we just want to redirect back to the home screen maybe. The other thing I still need to do, and I'm gonna add it now because I will forget, is man, I already forget just when I was planning on writing it down. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's the routing back, I think. Routing back to home on successful accept challenge. Nee, yeah, no, I think it should be okay. It's this one here. Accepting a challenge doesn't show the challenge and the pending challenges anymore. It should be it. Oh, yeah, and then that's the one I wanted to do. Make pending challenges also work on the challenger side. Okie dokie, got perform accept challenge response. I think we don't want to do anything, in fact. We can already redirect. It's not that difficult, if I remember correctly. It's with the push URL and you navigate to home, and it might already be inside navigation. Holy sheesh. So we just do this. Nee, let's maybe do case result of if it's an okay, then we do this. Else just do model cmd.none, and then we'll figure out that kind of stuff later. What's going on? Oh, like that. Oh. Yeah, we don't care about the result. And then we need to import. And should be okay. And we need to pass along the model. Just like that. Okay, so the redirect should work. On success, we've got the perform accept challenge. I think it's correct. So we are doing a put to API challenge with the ID, and we're doing /accept, and we don't do anything there. And if we go to the scenario, if we say accept challenge, it's gonna do a put to challenge / the ID /accept. There you go. No body. And the got perform accept challenges response. And then, yeah, I think that's it, in fact. Is it gonna be that simple? Everything seems to be compiling, We've got the update function. I think, voila, and we already do the click the button, which was already trying to do the perform accept challenge model, accept challenge with the model. But yeah, we don't need, well, no, what was I gonna say? Before it was just going to do return command none. Yeah, voila, that's it. Okie dokie. Let's see if it works, Let's go to, oh, fucking hell. Can I, oh, dang it. Okay, we have to log in again. So log out all of the other sessions. My jongen. So we log out all of the sessions. We do a refresh here. We log in as Mr. Rat. So then we have to do a manual refresh so that shit gets loaded. Although, am I not logged in? How come? That's strange. Log in again. Excuse you? How come your is not... Ah, wait, I understand. I didn't clean up the crumble cookie. Then we log in again. Voila, we refresh. Voila. Then we're going to dual versus Carmelite. We see that there's a bunch of stuff in here. Ah, we need to still fix the pending challenges, in fact. Let's first see if this works. Great. Ah yeah, it was already working. I told you guys that before. You saw it disappear, in fact. So that's a thing that's already working. Clicking the accept challenge button accepts the challenge. We've done that. Yeah. I mean, maybe what we... Yeah, no, honestly, let's do a commit. So that's basically accepting a challenge from the accept challenge screen works and redirects to home on success. Commit. We push this. Yeah, so now I'm logged in as Mr. Red. We could now challenge Carmelite. Tell him next, I don't know, Thursday. We also have a pending challenges. Should go here in the setting up a challenge. Add me on Discord, yo. Challenge. Don't know why. Yeah, okay. We are again Mr. Red. Now let's challenge RGM. Next Saturday at let's just do CTF. What was I gonna do now? Okay, then we can log in as Carmelite. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. So there we go. Then we log out all the sessions. So we'll get redirected and asked to be logged in by Keycloak. We'll log in as Carmel. Pull off. Never. Refresh. Voila. And then now we learned that Mr. Red wanted to challenge us. Now we can check that the pending challenges work. Huh? So these should be both the ones that you instigated yourself and the ones that were created because somebody else challenged you. I feel like I want to create an integration test for that. Or maybe on my repository level, Yeah, I'm already glad that all of this stuff just works. Ah yeah. That's also what I wanted to do. Oh my. So this is in the backend stuff. This is also working, in fact. That's a refactoring in the backend. make pending challenges also work on the challenger's side. This is I want to do next. And then what I also want to do is move the fetch calls to the API. Because that's where they currently live, all of them. Yeah. Maybe we can do that right now, in fact. So that would mean this one. Let's look at how API Elm works right now. Yeah, we've got a bunch of decoders there. Yeah, and here we pass along a message constructor. And that one is basically this one. So the only thing we're actually moving... Nee, maar ja, wacht hè. Yeah, it's just the message type itself. That's it. Okay, so that means we've got the pending challenges decoder here as well, and we can reuse that one probably. So over here, we've got perform accept challenge. So we should try to replace that with let's just call it API and then the same name for now. And I think what it will need is the challenge ID and then this response, and then it should contain all of this crap. Maybe just a challenge ID then. And then this is gonna turn into mzch. Voila. And then this we will create an API. Let's add some comments. Pending challenges or something. I don't know how to call it. Here, fetch pending challenges. So this one would be perform accept challenge. So accept challenge. You can always rename later, which is something that takes in a message constructor, but really also a challenge ID. So let's just make it a string or something. A message constructor of a nothing. Right? Oh, fuck. So API perform accept challenge with a challenge ID and then mzch should be this. We need to import this noise. And I think this should be okay. And now we can just redirect. Allez. Go here again. And then import this. Voila. And it's working. And now we just need to rename this properly. So what we could do is inline this. Does that work? Oh, fuck. It doesn't work. Okay, anyway, wherever perform challenge is being called. So over here, let's use API. Like that. Voila, it's still compiling over there. And then we just remove this. Cool. And now we can just rename to perform accept challenge. Yay. Nice, huh? All right, and then where is the fetch thing happening again? So that was doing accept challenge, huh? So this is a refactor. Moved accept challenge to, or actually perform to API. And now we want to do the same for fetching pending challenge. So this one again should be API perform fetch pending challenge with the challenge ID, and then with the got perform challenge response. This can go then. We probably want to move the challenge decoder with that. So then we'll go to API and add that here. Wait, with the challenge ID. Voila. And then a message constructor. So this one. Yeah, that we need to fix sooner rather than later, but I think it's still okay. We can still type it. It's something I still wanted to do. So this is something that takes in a string, but really a challenge ID, and has a message constructor that returns a single pending challenge, which doesn't exist just yet, and then returns a CMD with a message. Oh yeah, so cool. Yeah, and now we should in fact move this one over there as over here as well, or we could try to use the pending challenge entry, yeah, and then add the comment here as well, because I believe it will work there as well. So let's try and do that. So we've got here challenge ID, an opponent name, an appointment, and then also from now on a comment, and this one looks like that, turns into a 5, and then we can reuse this pending challenge decoder over here, I think. Pending challenge entry, yeah. This we no longer need. Hola. Yeah, and then just call this one. Voila. And now there's a type somewhere over here that we no longer use. It's this one. Toch? Wait, how do they do it elsewhere? How was this used? it's in the API. And then here they use a got fetch pending challenges response, which has this one. Wacht, hè. Voila, and it's in home. And it just uses a type defined in, I was gonna say an API, but it's in fact here. Ah yeah, because here this one is an API. Okay, that's cool. No, actually, it's a bit weird that we've got the leaderboard entries in API, but then leaderboard itself is in home itself. This looks just like an extension. Oh, wait, it's more appropriate for here because this one lives in API, but this is just an extension of it. That's the list form of those pending challenge entries or whatever. I mean, let's move this thing out of here and then use pending challenge entries, or entry, a single one. Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's see if it's still working. Yeah. Challenge you to a duel next Thursday. Add me on Discord, yo. Voila. That's the refactor of moving the HTTP call to the API. Wait, we can still inline this one. That's right. So that would mean just doing this. We'll get rid of that. And that's it. Yeah. And then we can just rename this into perform. Voila. Sweet. So this was moved fetch pending challenge to API. Nice. Yeah, I have to say refactoring goes insanely well in Elm. It's so safe because everything is type safe, like such strongly typed. I really like it. Okie dokie. Then what? We can complete that part. Armina market is done. Here's yeah, I mean, that worked really fast. Okay, and then I think actually I want to do this before I implement this thing here. So first let's do the refactor in pending challenge, which looks a lot like general challenge, but really spoiler alert, which is in fact a challenge currently. All right, let's move into a Kotlin part a little bit. Okay. So this thing, this challenge class it's never just a challenge, it's always a pending challenge. And when you accept a pending challenge, then it turns into an accepted challenge. There you go. Which is what we did last time, huh? What the links? Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to do that. Neither for that one. This makes it look a bit weird now, because I mean, not challenging yourself, quote unquote, is also a trait that lives in an accepted challenge. But look what accepted challenge is. It's just a thing with an ID. I mean, the fuck. I mean. You don't need to worry about that. Something like that, maybe. That's a little bit better. Okay, up until now, just a little bunch of renames, huh? So these were already, in fact, good. Now they also make more sense that they live in the pending challenge. Oh shit! I was gonna say, oh shit, we read such cursing. Jesus. So I just want to read. Maybe do I want to or not? Nathan, you piece of shit! I will ban you for life. Report. Spam. Next. I think this is a bot account. Oh Jesus, I don't want to add more stuff to this. Could you provide, so I don't know, sending spam links, block, voila. And can we now also ban this guy? I can't apparently ban someone from... That's weird. Slash ban? Ah, voila. Goodbye. Nice stash. Is een noob cybot begot. Thanks. What do you think about my beard? Someone told me I look like the guy from Thunderdome. The wizard. You know? This one? What do you think? The wizard from Thunderdome. Amazing. I cheers you for digging my beard. Alright. Do some proper refactoring in pending challenge. That's what we were doing right now. And I've done a little bit of a rename already. Just a little bit. Because before we just had challenge. But really, challenge is in fact a pending challenge. We can do an import for that. So that when you create a challenge, or when you challenge yourself, basically, then you cannot do that. Voila. And we were on a refactoring spree. We already noticed that pending challenge here was a thing already. Excuse me, a thing already. However, we also have a repository for this thing, if I remember correctly, probably in Core API. Yep. Oh wait, what the hell? Could have sworn. Challenge queries? Dude, really? Challenge repository. Repository, where are you at? What did I open then? Oh my god, I was right next to it. Okay. Yeah, cool. So now we see that this challenge repository is always gonna be returning pending challenges. So maybe this should turn into a pending challenge repository. Yeah, we can rename both of these instances or fields. And then... actually no. We also put the save for an accepted challenge on here. So maybe... let's undo that. Undo. Yeah. Cool. Then we've got pending challenges, huh? So now it becomes much more clear that we are in fact returning pending challenges, huh? Where before we were just querying the pending challenges DAO thing. And then here, queryable challenges all of a sudden becomes both the storage for accepted challenges and pending challenges. So I don't know how I feel about that. We would be just, how do you say that? Like forwarding, I guess. Here that exists now. We need to make sure that all of this, like when we try to save something, it's not just an aggregate, but really it's a pending challenge. Yeah. And saving an accepted challenge really only updates this is accepted thing to true. Get by ID. It should always remain the same. That's Gucci. And then what we've got, no, that's fine. Here, get by challenge ID. I guess it's really close to that one, huh? So we should probably put it as close as possible. No. Then exists basically does the same, but instead of exploding, it's gonna return a boolean. But let's see how it's used first. Oh, I remember now. That's the infamous retry mechanism here. Yeah, we need a boolean there. But these are also, I think, yeah, so it should be pending challenge with unique ID. Yeah, that's nice. Then do I also check the message somewhere here? No. Yeah, I do. Cool. Yeah. The thing is, when we do an when we accept a challenge, we don't actually wipe it or something. Eh? Why do I want to keep the pending challenge after I've accepted it? because I still want to use it to start a match report or something. Oh no, now we're getting into philosophical discussions, I guess. Another way to have dealt with this is, what the hell am I going to do with accepted challenges? Nothing, eh? I guess they can live until until the players have entered a match report. But I could also just create a match report after I've accepted the challenge, eh? What does my event storming thing say? Oh, I didn't go that far. Nice. Okay, it's some stuff to think about. It's weird that nobody ever corrected me or challenged me on this design. What the fuck is? Why is there a question mark here? We've done that, huh? Let's keep it up to date a little bit. So when you do create challenge as a command, it's also not called create challenge anymore, I think. This command does not exist, I think. It just Bane links. I think we only keep player challenged, and challenge created doesn't even exist. Let's go to the player challenge player handler. This thing returns player challenged, but really what it does is it's gonna create a challenge. What the fuck? Is this yet another? No, that's okay. We say challenge repository save this pending challenge now. Maybe we should rename it here. I think that's it. We just throw a player challenged. We've got the challenger's ID and the opponent's ID, and that's fine. So challenge created is never thrown, in fact. Neither is create challenge executed as a command, it's just done. We create a new aggregate from inside the player, basically, because we fetch the player. And we do that. Cool. Then accept challenge is a thing. It's the one that we've got here. Here is accept challenge. That's a command. And this indeed returns challenge accepted. But there's no in-between state here. Or no in-between commands. And then eventually there's report match. And the thing that we don't have here is our aggregates, huh? Like how which throws what. We don't have that at all. Would have been nicer to have. Okay. Yeah, We're just figuring stuff out as we go, and I think that's fine. Okay. I already forgot what brought us on this path. Okay, so then we've got some private functions here, whatever. But then now I think what we want to do is sort of like merge all of those the pending queryable challenges into this one, because they sort of talk about the same thing, and we want to, and that's the big difference, we want to access them via the repository. Yeah? So this get by challenge ID, I think currently it's used for accepting challenges, so it needs to be a pending challenge. Yeah? Get pending by challenge ID, which then should translate into get pending by challenge ID. Oh, fuck. And I didn't want to change this one with that, in fact, so we should have duplicated it, because hello, because here the exists, it depends, it really just wants to check whether or not this thing exists or not. So now we need to duplicate this this function, get pending, pending by challenge ID, pending by challenge ID, and now, okay, so I want to note that because I've written a bunch of scenario tests, I feel safe doing all of this. Otherwise, because normally we would be changing some repository tests as well to make sure this is working correctly. Okay, that doesn't exist, of course. This one does. And now I should add this one. Oh yeah, which then also can be a challenge ID, in fact, which we've not taken into account there. So that's a thing, and then also we should write where is accepted is false and challenge ID is blah blah blah. Let's keep it a string for now. Okay, and then this one is used or can be used by the repository. Yeah. Let's reaffirm that it's indeed pending challenges we're checking here. Yeah, because we want to accept them. So these really need to be pending challenges, in fact. There was no guarantee there either. So really what we're doing is we're just making stuff a lot more concrete now. So now I'm missing type information. That's a little bit better. Yeah, here it's a boolean, it makes sense. Ole. Okay. Voila. Then we save. It creates a new one. We could write it like this as well. I'm not sure if that's gonna be beneficial. Let's figure it out. If we're refactoring anyway, let's make a private extension function on pending challenges then. That says save, and it's not returning anything, I don't think. No. And we'll just do challenge repository on dot save. This, that's it. And then maybe it's not a pending challenge, but an accepted challenge, right? Not a pending, but an accepted. Okay. Okay, so I'm writing an extension function on... Oh. Okay. My bad. We already had an accepted. This is the command, of course. I just was blinded a little bit. Yeah, so we want to call save on our accepted challenge. Voila. Then we want to return the ID. And this is the event that should be thrown. That. That looks a little bit better, huh? I don't know what this one is doing here. Okay, these are all the events or something? What the fuck? Okay, wacht hè. This has much more to do with challenging, I think, than it has to do with the player. But it's the player I need. That makes it difficult, huh? Bah, let's keep it here, huh? It just looks a bit strange. I would have expected this stuff to be more more close to the challenging stuff than it is to the player stuff, but I mean, if you think about it, a lot of stuff can be instigated from a registered player, or started from, I should say. Instigated is such a shitty word. And it's true that I need the registered player to start something, but you will always need that. Allez, not all, maybe not always, but for this case, for sure. But you need both of them, huh? I think I only need the IDs anyway, if I'm correct. But we do need to make sure that we get both of the players here. Oh, that's quite a conundrum. Okay, I just don't want to think about this. I'm in the middle of another refactoring, and I'm looking at something that I want to refactor more. Which is a sort of, well, we're going to be sidetracked. Now let's try to make it a little bit more afgebakend. Allee. I don't know the word. Enclosed. Our refactoring. Let's keep it limited. Voila. Okay, so what's this stuff? We've got a pending challenges DAO and a challenges DAO. So this one is now used in a more generic fashion because we're also getting pending challenges, or get pending by challenge ID. And that's, I think, the exact function we've got here, get by challenge ID. Except this one looks a little bit different because it has that join. Oh fuck, I forgot about the join. Yeah. It's just because we want the nickname in here as well. Now I'm starting to remember why I did that. Well, still, in our challenges DAO, it's important to make the distinction here, because we weren't doing that before. Okay. So the reason for this pending challenges DAO's existence is exists to join challenges with player info to immediately get the opponent name. That's why I wanted this thing to be a different type, the queryable pending challenge. Now, the other thing is we can, of course, always join. Why not? Why the fuck not, in fact? Then you don't need to do this silly stuff. We can just get them both. This is weird. What happens if I get rid of this? Oh, let's commit first. What did we already do? We just renamed challenge to pending challenge. And then moved, or like added the get pending by challenge ID function, which is more explicit. That's still part of the rename. So is this. So this then is a way to save the queryable challenge. This should probably also be renamed. And then maybe what we could do as well is to double check here or something. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. Something like this. So I've got a queryable challenge which is accepted then. So if this is accepted, then it's no longer a pending challenge. So we do if do some stuff, else it should return this for sure. So maybe I can just flip it around. So that what was there, that's what was there before, and now here I should just do throw. No idea. Not. What other exceptions do we have? Not valid domain, just a regular domain runtime. I mean, what I should do is return null instead. That's gonna be better. And then I think what I need to do is add it to a question mark. So then it would be if, no, I want to do this question mark dot let, and then this is a result if it's existing, and then otherwise it's just a null, and then I'll just have the other stuff take care of it for me. Yeah, and now I can be sure that it is a pending challenge or something. No. I still need to... No, it's incorrect. We should keep that stuff from before. I don't want to transform it into a let. If... So this is good, but then, okay, else return null. And then I'm not breaking the contract. Haha. And we're getting this, which should be okay, yeah. So this is like an extra safety. Okay, and now I want to probably invert. Nee? Okay. Yeah, I don't know the idiomatic way of handling with that stuff. But it sort of makes sense, and now you couldn't map that queryable challenge to a pending one if this accepted, if it was accepted, because then it's an accepted challenge and your intent is lost. However, here, godverdomme, nou ja. I think this, I want to, oh no wait, it's still a pending challenge that is being returned here. Why is that? No. Oh yeah, this is really annoying. I don't want the get by ID result of a player repository. I want it from, is it actually ever used? The get by ID? I don't think it is, in fact. Oh. I don't remember why I had this. It doesn't... Let's get rid of it, yeah. Screw it! I don't even think I ever use the actual repository. I'm always using the concrete implementation, which makes sense. Fuck it. Let's kill it. Goodbye. Voila. There must be something else breaking now, like the player repository. This one. We no longer need to do this. We don't longer need to override. And no longer need to import. And I guess that's it. Oh man. I feel like I'm still not used to having multiple classes in a single file in Kotlin. And like one of those ideas I had was to actually pull all of the classes into their own files, basically. And then it looks a little bit more like it is like you're used to with Java. Would you recommend using Kotlin for a web dev? Yes. I would recommend using Kotlin always, in fact. But I am a bit biased, so... Wacht, let's see what's in here. Oh, our comment now has an actual thing. Or we added the comment. So what we could do is verify that the comment is in here as well. I believe we already have that, huh? Yeah, voila. So, but the main reason why I would recommend this, which is probably the most or the more interesting reasoning behind it, is because I believe in type safety helping you be more productive. So it's like that. Wacht, hè. How am I going to explain that? So now we're digging in, or like going into why I think type safety makes you a more productive developer, which is a little bit philosophical. Maybe we can find it somewhere. No, I kind of want to here. Okay, let's just create a new some new stuff. Okay, we've got voila, that's quite big. We've got a UI which accesses a REST API, which accesses a service layer, which accesses a domain, which then gets saved via a persistence layer. There you go. So now let's imagine that I could expand all of these to wait, I know how to do it. Haha. Make them all wildcards. Haha. Okay, so now let's imagine your UI calls the REST API, just like that. Your REST API, at this point, it's doing some checks and stuff. Like, is the stuff the UI sent me valid? Stuff like, I don't know, can I parse the date? Is the string or specific string adhering to some regex I want, or something like that, etc. Then when you enter the service layer, it's more about transactionality. So this is a simplified form of an architecture, or really how it used to be, honestly, which is fine, Ali. But you just try to wrap some domain concepts in their service boundary, and then you do some stuff on your domain. But more importantly, here is where validation happens. Domain validation, so business rules get applied. Business rules are applied. For example, you cannot open a bank account for someone that is over, it's an arbitrary rule, over 100 years old. Typically when you do the domain validation, you also do some do that stuff. Like maybe not parse the date, but other stuff like but this one you do, is the string adhering to some regex. Okay, so then what happens is, if you want, or let's say here in the persistence layer, if you've got something that says that specific string should not exceed, or maybe we can write it like database terms, varchar of, I don't know, 11 characters or something. Okay, and then this stuff I'll put there. That way we've got some columns, so to speak. So if you follow this path, let's say that you don't use types. So this is just a string, but you check the regex itself, that's fine. Then when you're, because you're still using a string, you're passing that string onto the service into your domain. It's still a string, your domain, it should always be valid, right? So you need to duplicate the same constraint, let's say, or validation. You could extract this into what's called a specification that you can reuse. Well, it lives in the domain. Let's just give it another color and then call it specification. So this is DDD terminology, yeah? And then what you do is to implement that part, you rely on the same specification of your domain. That way you only have to write it once and your duplication is fixed. So the moment your domain changes or your specification changes, your UI or your REST API at least adheres to it as well. But then this happens. It's going to be saved into the database. Let's say that you don't have a type for that either. How are you going to make sure that your persistence layer doesn't try to save strings that are longer than 11 characters long, for example? Now what happens here is you can't really use this one because the how do you say that? Like it's no longer this kind of a specification, I guess. It's a database constraint more than it is a domain validation constraint. But really what you want to do instead, so here we've got the alternative, is where you're not using just strings, but this is just encapsulated not into a specification, but into a, yeah, I called it a useful string. So useful, voila. Just you put that in here, put that in there, and then eventually when you do this part here, you can really make sure that your useful string is being used to create this varchar over here. In this example, you don't, because you're just working with primitives, your strings, your regular old strings. So that's why you want types. And then why Kotlin? Well, because Kotlin makes types, or working with types, super simple. If you want to write a useful string in Java, I'll write it again. Okay, let's imagine we have to write this class in Java, huh? Yeah, shit. So we're using already some specific stuff here, like Jamie and that line. 2 minutes. How the hell are we gonna do this? We would write something like this. We've got maybe let's make a scratch file in Java. We'll call it useful string. So now we want to make it look like it's the Kotlin we just saw in a useful string here. Eh? So it's a string wrapper. I guess it needs to be public. We've got a private string value. Then we need a constructor for it that uses this string. Now we no longer want a constructor, but we want, what's the key? Just Control T. We want a factory method for that. I would just say a useful string. What? Oh, Ja, tju toch. Voila, so we've got a scratch file called useful string now. Now it's gonna work. I hope. Godverdomme zeg. Okay, so scratch files are really horrible to work with like that. Maar maybe what we can do instead is make an inner class or something. Voila, scratch. We don't care about the main part. Let's do public static useful string. Then we can put the keyword class in there, of course. Then we say we need a private final string, which is a value. Then we need to create a constructor with that. Then we can make it into a factory method. Godverdomme man, fucking hell. So what it should look like is something like that. Public useful string value, return new useful string with value. Voila. I can't understand, so it's just a refactoring that doesn't work in Scratch files apparently. But now we also need equals and hash code. And of course then if stuff changes, then, oh wait. Yeah, just imagine that we've got commas lang here or something. Or we can just generate it again using objects or something. Oops. Voila. Okay, so that's just the data class thing covered now, eh? So imagine this being a data class. Now we've got that covered. Now what's gonna happen here some more is we want to expose a getter for that so that we can get the value. So we do get value, there we go. Then we've got one function that says is validate a useful string and then throw an exception if it's blank. We need to add something here, I think, saying validate a useful string with value. Let's make it void. We've got string value. Value is blank. We don't have that because this is Java. And then we need to throw a new, I don't know, unsupported or illegal argument or something. I don't know where this is coming from. This is blank, but it's probably Kotlin. Oh, no. Ah yeah, so you can do that on a class. But so okay, so imagine here we go. So now we've got Kotlin's superpower, nullable types. In Java, this can cause a null pointer exception if you pass null over here. So this already just rules out one entire class of exceptions that you can get and be more expressive with your type. But for the rest, we've already got it covered. But then the further issue is that in Java, this or using useful string anywhere doesn't imply anything because you can just return null on whatever thing that's supposed to return or work with a useful string. So now you no longer have actual type safety, which is crazy to think about, eh? So here would be the fix, but then that still wouldn't be a fix for using useful strings anywhere, the type itself. But yeah, I already made this a little bit shorter than it should be. because it looks like this. And this you should compare to, shit, this. That's it. Probably I could have written this a little bit shorter as well, Emma. Because I don't think we don't need this to be private. We can just make it a value, and then this is no longer a thing. Voila. Because vals are immutable, you cannot set them anyway. So this is working. This works a little bit better. So this is why I would recommend StrongTyping, or using Kotlin for StrongTyping. And maybe the one thing I didn't really point out here is, let's say that you've got an exception. Let's say it actually fails, like you don't have this. You don't do the validation here or here. When it fails here, when like you read your log, what is your log going to say? It's going to say something like constraint violation, some string was longer than 11 characters and your database doesn't allow it. That's the exception that you'll see, and then it will say caused by or well, no, the stack trace, so I guess it's higher than that. So here it will say something like dao.store, then it will say domain.save, or repository, I guess, repository.save. Then it will say create, I don't know what we were talking about, like transaction, or I don't know, create something, the domain basically. And then we've got a controller method saying on post of blah blah blah. And then your UI, it depends on whether or not that's Java or not, but it will be included or not. So really here we've got REST, here we've got service, here we've got domain, here we've got persistence, and then the actual exception. Isn't it, or like, let's say that we are in the other side of things, on the left side here, or maybe I should put it underneath it, like this. What will it read then? So if we do validation with the strong types, then it will say some string cannot be created with more than 11 characters. So all I'm saying is that it's gonna help with debugging, because the root cause, it lays in your UI in this case, where you try to create something that has more than 11 characters long, and that concept that it should be longer than 11, you can encapsulate in a type, in a useful string, for example, which you then use the moment you enter your REST controller and then push down. So of course, this you can do this in Java as well, but Kotlin just makes it a little bit more concise. So that's one of the main advantages I wanted to show you. So this is what it would look like in Java, with all of its validation and protection of, or like making it really explicit that you're trying to create this kind of thing. And it's not just a new instance of it. This getter, you need to expose the value as an immutable kind of thing. You do the validation, it's encapsulated within the type, that's nice. And then you've got equality, because one useful string that has ABCD should be equal to another useful string that has ABCD. So this is like the value object property. So that's one major part to wanting to use Kotlin. And then the other major part is that in Java, let's say you want to process a bunch of useful strings. Let's put it here somewhere. We've got a list of useful strings. List.of, I think, yeah. So etc, etc, etc. If you want to do something with it, like, I don't know, reverse them or something, you would have to do bunch of useful strings stream map, then say I have to think really hard actually, your string. So let's call it so to be in line with the rest, and then you do reverse if that's on a string. I know, we need to do, okay, yeah. We can put it there, and then when you're done, you need to collect to a list. So this is what doing a thing on, let's add a function here. Public string reverse return value dot reverse. Okay, we don't have that, but let's imagine that we do. Maybe let's just do lowercase then. Okay. Okay, so now we've got a bunch of lowercase strings. I don't know why this is complaining. No idea why it did that. Okay, I'm just let's write it like this, just because it wasn't static yet. Okay. Voila, this is how you would do it in Java. So one thing to note, this is the only important thing in there. The .stream thing you don't really need. The collect thing, I mean, you're always going to have to do that. The way you would do it in Kotlin, we can create a Kotlin scratch file where we say I want to use the domain. I don't remember where it's actually at, but I bet it's in here. So let's say we want to create a bunch of useful strings. We say we want a list of useful string. I hope it can find it, or I hope I added the correct class, but yeah, voila. Snarf. Okay, now we've got just a bunch of useful strings. If I want to write the same code as here to map it to lowercase, for example, what I would do is I would do a bunch of useful strings. We just instantly map it, and then we say it to lowercase or something. Let's say that that works. Lowercase. Voila. Isn't there a to lowercase or something? Maybe it's just lowercase then, I don't know. The autocomplete in yeah, voila. The autocomplete in Scratch files is something too long for. But what I wanted to say is that in Java you have to write the dot stream and the collect in between, and then it just makes sense that you should just be able to do that on collections directly, yeah. Like fucking Java, jongen. Echt waar. So we can make it this shorter if we do it like that. Yeah, we're not doing anything with that. And then in Kotlin, you can skip the it function, or yeah, in this case, we didn't even delegate, but let's just say that we did. Oh, maybe we can do it like really quick. Useful string dot lowercase, and it just is implemented by doing value the lowercase. Then it also will work. Voila. Low case, okay. Voila. There you go. This is exactly the same as this. Let's put it on one line for to do maximum fairness. This is why I prefer Kotlin over Java. Look at this. Yeah, and then of course extension functions. So if I wanted this to be in an extension function, I would have to say this function here is a private function of main that then understands how to extract the value out of a useful string and then lowercase it. That's it. So this is why I would recommend Kotlin for web dev. There you go. We can get rid of all of that crap. Thanks for the distraction of not having to do the complete refactoring. Oh, such a rant. But I do have to warn you, the moment you use Kotlin and you used to be a Java developer, or you're still a Java developer, now you know Kotlin, you're gonna start hating Java. Like, you're really going to miss the features that Kotlin provides. And all of your colleagues will be like, oh, here he goes again with the Kotlin recommendation. Like I'm known at work, both at my the team where I'm coaching and the company that I normally work for, as someone that will use the phrase, you know, in Kotlin you can ... Like I've already screwed myself, in fact. Dang it, what was I doing now? I was in the middle of some refactoring. Ah yeah, we just renamed some pending challenge. Oh, wrong button. Challenge to pending challenge, that's it. When we enter this part here. Ah yeah, we got rid of the repository interface, that's right. And now we can actually see that get by ID isn't actually used at all. Haha. Yeah, and then probably this wasn't even necessary then. Or is it? Where is this thing used? Nope. Godverdomme now. All because I had like a nonsensical interface that I don't know what I wanted to do with it. And I wanted to get rid of this one because here it wasn't implied that you were searching for pending challenges. Okay, I added a type afterwards, but before it could have been used by something else. So now it's not. Voila. That means this can go. That means our get by ID can go. And now we've got less code to maintain. Nice, hè? Is goed, hè? Okay. And this is how you store any queryable challenge, even though here we want to make explicit that we want to store a pending or get a pending. So here maybe we should do store pending challenge. I guess this will also only be used whenever you try to save a new one, eh? Not just any. Ah, no, that's not true. We can still do some modifications to the challenge, supposedly. Not that we've provided that feature. Well, you could. Okay. Amazing. What else did we change? Oh yeah, that's the useful string stuff, which we should have done in a separate commit, in fact. What's this stuff? Exists to join challenges with player info to immediately get the opponent name. Right. So this is something we might want to merge into. That was it. That was the idea. We wanted to merge this into the existing queryable challenges. So this one, the challenges DAO. Reason being that you can, or you're supposed to never be able to create a challenge without having a player or a registered player. So it's okay to have that implication and then do the join always. At least I think so. Yeah. Because let's say that you've got a challenge ID, but it doesn't have any player tied to it, then something else is horribly wrong, and then I want it to explode, in fact. So I want to sort of merge this one into the other DAO, but then that would mean that the queryable pending challenge, which now includes an ID of the challenge ID, the challenge ID itself, the game mode, and then the opponent name, and not just we've got opponent name here and not just a challenge and opponent name. Yeah, maybe we need both. We want probably both the opponent name, opponent ID, challenger name, and challenger ID in here, and then we can make some better decisions probably. Now, okay, let's just first make a commit and then say this is really what we did. We renamed challenge to pending challenge. All right. Yep. Okay. And that's all we did. We removed unused repository interface because it was being I don't know. It was gold plating of course. Then we had to make sure that the pending challenge is also using the comment. Here in comment we simplified a useful string bit. Because remember, values or vals are immutable, so you cannot in fact change it. That was the whole reason why I wanted to do this. But yeah, it makes no sense to do that. Okay, that's all there is to it. Challenging scenario. Yeah, I bet it already contains some warnings. And now we want to sort of merge this with the other interface. So what I want to do next is to find out if queryable challenges, the definition of this thing here, is quote unquote mergeable with the existing queryable challenge, this thing. And because it has an ID, a challenge ID, and then both challenger and opponent IDs, which is really just this one. Then it has a comment, then it has appointment suggestion, a game mode, and then yeah, basically is accepted. But really for this one, the pending challenges, it's always going to be val is accepted as false. Yeah, this looked really dodgy. Like I want to see if I remove it where it stops compiling, in fact, because I think I put it there just to make some stuff compile so that I could work with some baby steps to make it happen or make it work. By the way, if you guys want to stay up to date when I'm streaming next time, go visit the Discord. There I'm just spamming with @everyone. You can help each other out if you want. Unicorn has a recent conversation where they're explaining how they implemented their own either type, but it's not the either type that you expect, I think. Alright, so removing that worked, so I'm going to get rid of this comment because that was just there for easier comparison. This was also refactoring, and we removed default of queryable challenges game mode. There you go. Okay. So we were looking into if we could merge both a queryable pending and queryable regular challenge. And I think we can. I'm not really sure if challenger ID and opponent ID are used. Here they are, because we want a challenger ID for some reason. Same for opponent ID. How is this one used? Yeah, to create it. Yeah, we passed the domain on the way back. I already forgot. So these exist to sort of not have to deal with recreating your pending challenge domain, but maybe we don't want to do that, and we want to I think what we want to do is we want to keep this queryable pending challenge, but then we want to add a challenger name, so basically replace this one and replace that one as well. So I want it to look like this. And this string, I think we can make into a challenge ID, because that one is a value type. So I think I can even, can I? No, I'll need to do some other refactoring there. So this is really what I want my pending challenge to look like, or start looking like. I want both the challenger name and the opponent name in there, and then I can rework my queries a little bit. Then I just have to be careful that wherever I'm currently querying pending challenges via the repository, that's the stuff I'm interested in now. Huh? So here, get pending by challenge ID. You would think it's going to be more interesting if you already have the challenger name, etc. Ah, yeah, but here it's really just used to accept it. Yeah, there you really want the aggregate and not just a representation of the database in the database. Okay, then that's Gucci. No. Okay. What I could do, however, is have my challenges DAO both provide pending or queryable pending challenges and these, the regular ones. Because this one get by challenge ID, where is that one used? Yeah, here we also don't care about the type. So this one could definitely just move. Right? Yeah. This one could just move. It doesn't, I mean, I guess would have been even better. Yeah, we don't care about the actual type here. It can be either an accepted challenge or a pending one. We don't care about the actual type. It's difficult, this refactoring, yeah? So this one we could keep, and then let's just try moving the queryable challenging or pending challenge in here as well. At least it's closer together already. Voila. And then ideally what I want is maybe I can keep this one. There's no harm in doing that, I think. And then eventually I want to add these. So what they really did is I just extended the pendulum challenge with an opponent ID, and now it's gonna break somewhere. So if I go to the queryable challenges DAO, or no, it's the pending challenges DAO, this one. Don't know if I can actually do that. But what I want is I want to copy these over. To the this one. These are the inserts, storing, finding challenges. This is not just any challenge, I guess, but we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Just need to import that one, and then we want to override it somehow, I think, because there's no multiple inheritance in Kotlin as far as I remember. So I sort of want to delegate this thing here. Oh yeah, this I want to keep in the challenges DAO as well. Not sure you can do that. I think we're gonna have to put them both in here. Yeah. Dang it. So this one can stay. And I just need to wrap it Kotlin moppers. Which then takes a var. So if we do that and we put a comma here, it should be okay. That's a new feature in 1.6 where you can use annotations to instantiate those objects. Yeah, it's for later. I'm not on the beta just yet. Okay, so now we should be able to deal with queryable and queryable pending challenges. So if we go back to our pending challenges DAO, this thing can go. We can delete it. And then this entire file can just go. And now stuff will stop compiling, which is great. Because I want to override some stuff. Where are these? Yeah, overrides. Shortcuts are not working. So get by challenge ID, and it's also in fact returning at get pending. See, so we're lucky also that the types are different here. The other override was this one. And the DAO and the here. Let's add to that one. So there's find pending for a player ID. That's going to return a list of those. Okay, so now we've added the interface functions on this one. And now ideally, shit is still not compiling. And I believe it's in the controllers, so in challenge controller, because that's where I think we were using the DAOs directly. Oh no, it's in the handlers. Yeah, so here instead of having queryable pending challenges, this interface needs to go as well. Unless we can try to do that. Voila. Should in fact work now, huh? So we've got two interfaces, both returning different types. One returns queryable pending challenges, and the other one is returning a regular queryable challenge. This one. Yeah, but yeah, maybe we don't need this one or this one now anymore. Let's move this one back to here then. Cool, and now we just have one DAO implementing both of them. And I think we just moved these implementations, huh? Yeah. Well, that's cool. And now we should see some weird stuff happening, yeah? Because get by challenge ID is in fact returning queryable pending. Here it's returning this thing, the queryable challenge, but in fact it, okay, there's no reason why it shouldn't be a pending one, right? Ah, no, here it's important that it's a different one. Yeah, so probably this one we should just return an exists or something, yeah? I don't know how you do that. It's also used here, in fact, in the tests. Where is that other one? This one. Find pending for, well, no, in the DAO, this one. Get pending. No. This one should return a pending queryable challenge, right? Yeah. Oh, and then where is the other one? Get pending by challenge ID. Okay, let's change the type. Same for this thing. Should be a challenge ID, and then the JVM inline will do the rest. Then you can change it. Get this should. Allez. It's this one, in fact. Get by challenge ID. It's exactly the same, except it's just got some extra fields. So I'm gonna not gonna remove this get pending. I'm just gonna call it the same. So get by challenge ID. That's great. And then I'll just remove this and everything else will work. Because now this one gets used. I was gonna say over here. Ah, shit. So for one, I need the queryable challenges interface, and the other, I need the pending challenges. I guess this is why I wanted to merge them, huh? Fuck. Okay. We can make it work. So, and then these, this one can go because that one was the one we already had. And now we just need to fix all the things. Oh yeah, let's remove it. Now we're just breaking stuff, which is fine. Maybe it would have been better to change this one and didn't do all of these. Okay, so now I need to make sure that my DAO is mapping the isAccepted thing. Okay. These don't exist. Don't know why it's a suggestion. Should be just appointment. Doesn't exist like I told you. And that we have a to-do for that one. Where was the query pending one? This one. So it's like this. This one we can get because it's actually just on the DAO. Okay. And this I need to make sure that the other queryable challenge has the same. Oh fuck, I forgot to do that for the other one as well. This is also something else I wanted to do, is swap those. Same with this one. Then we can see that what is duplicate and what isn't. Okay, so currently it's exactly the same aside from this part here, the extra where clause. Okay. Is there something else not working or not compiling? I should hope so. Now this doesn't exist anymore, that's correct. We don't need to supply that thing anymore, that's also correct. Huh. How do you go back to your compilation result? To my yeah. Ah yeah, so this now needs the regular queryable challenges, which should be able to get injected. Noise, same here. And we just moved those functions over there, so it should be okay. More stuff not compiling. Okay, well, at least it's compiling apparently. That means we can try and run our scenario tests. Jing, yeah. I only have a single one of them. Well, let's try to run it, I guess. I forget if my current running application should be shut down for that. We'll soon find out. Explosions. ¿Por qué? Kotlin mobber stuff. Component ID is not being mapped. And where? Component ID is not being mapped. Well, it should be in the challenges DAO, I guess. when we're trying to map pending challenges, yeah, indeed, I don't see opponent ID anywhere here. Okay, rerun the test. I think I might have used the wrong shortcut. Gasp. This is Command R, eh? But what's the one called in the rerun? It's just Control R. Yeah. Oh my. It's been a while since I've coded on the Mac, apparently. We're gonna have to redeploy anyway, yeah? Oh fuck, I need to go to bed. Mwah. It just works. That's cool. So what we did now was we consolidated queryable pending and regular queryable challenges into its a single DAO called challenges DAO that understands how to map both of them. Well, this is basically the way to map to a queryable pending challenge, so it's important that it's there. And to do that, you need the nickname of registered players. Maybe we can just use this as a challenger or something. And then rename this to challenger. And it's starting to ring a bell again. So challenger and opponent are a bad name. B should be challenger, because now it'll look like this. Opponent ID, or really, yeah, it shouldn't matter all that much. But now we can just do opponent.nickname as... See, this is confusing, eh? Why would it be called opponent name? Makes no sense. Would make no sense at all. So now I'm breaking things, it's not really nice. A challenger name, that's this one. And opponent name. And then I guess we need to do the same thing. Now I guess what we want to do is where opponent ID equals this one, or challenger ID equals this one, huh? And then we need to do some smart logic in the repository to map it correctly. And that's it. Then we'll make it work. I'm saying repository, but we don't actually have that, huh? Okay. This is correct for sure, huh? Yeah, the issue is that we can't really use this. So, but basically this is the base pending challenge select or something, and then we'll just put something here. Val base pending challenge select equals this part. So we put this in a, I don't understand. How is it not static? It should be static, right? It's not like you can use a companion object on an interface, right? Can you? Oh, you can. I guess it's not compile time right now. It's weird. Tuma. I wanted to solve the duplication. Guess that's for another time. Doo-doo. Voila. But yeah, shit should explode now, I guess, because we're returning more than we were before. Let's just check where this is used. So find pending for. This is just a hand. Ah, yeah, we can do it in the handler. And then we can do some magic here. So if the challenged player ID, yeah, so if you as a challenged player end up as an so that means you're the opponent ID in the challenges, then your opponent would be the challenger, and vice versa. So I think we need to do a little bit of a mapping here. Map. If challenger ID equals query challenged player ID, can we do that? In this case, just return it, else you should swap players, and then swap players will extend, like make it as an extension function on a pending challenge dot swap players, and it should return a new variable pending challenge, this one. This dot copy, because it's a data class, and then we just say challenger ID equals this dot opponent ID, and then challenger name equals this dot opponent name, and we'll do the same with opponent, and that will turn into challenger. That's it. Hey, what? Oh yeah. Opponent name. Oh. I guess what I can do now is swap and then don't okay. And I think we need to do that as well for the other one here. So this is basically swap if necessary. And we'll put that here. And those swap if necessary we'll need to do on a list of queryable pending challenges. Swap if necessary, and we need to pass in the query.challenged player ID, which is a player ID. And that's the implementation of it. And then we can just reuse it, I think. We can't. Here, I guess it should also be swap if necessary or something. Okay, so this we will move to... Oof, what the hell? The swap layers we can keep, but we'll add another one called fun challenge swap if necessary. And it also takes... And now it should return to this. Voila. And now we can just map with swap if necessary. That I don't understand. Oh yeah, we needed to pass this. I guess you don't need to do that there. Then I don't know why I started writing it. Okay, let's just check it out if we can rerun, or let's first compile, then boot up our Spring Boot server again, and then verify that, who was it? Carmelite now has more challenges. They should be able to see who they challenged. And it should be listed correctly even. Compilation seems to have worked. We did run our scenario. Oh shit. No. We ran our scenario test and it wipes the database. And I don't think I've had the smarts to add a separate schema or something like that. Ugh. Okay. Let's go. Just for this needs to go. This needs to go. That's great. It's just me logging in as the admin. Okay, let's move to the thing. No challenges whatsoever. I don't even think we've got users now, so we'll log in with Karmelit. Now voila. Who doesn't have a nickname yet. So voila, we've got Karmelit now. And they are going to challenge Scallop. Nice. Now, of course, the issue is going to be that I cannot accept, or I shouldn't be able to accept my own challenge. And that's what's gonna happen, in fact, now. Shit. Ah, wait. Did I fix that? Nee. Nothing happened, in fact. Ah, it's probably because it... Ah, yes, eh? Wait, no. I am Confucius. I don't know why I was still able to click on it, but I shouldn't have. This one should not be available anymore. Okay, let's just say we will log in with somebody else entirely. We will log in with... Liare. We've logged in with Karmelit accidentally again. Log out all of the sessions. Log in with Mr. Rat. Refresh. No challenges yet. We'll also challenge Scallop. Oy. That's another thing I didn't notice. Let's challenge our GM for 2v2. I cannot log in as either of these. But we can make sure that we've got that we're challenging Karmelit. This one. Balassa. Next Friday. Okay. So this is all from the perspective of Mr. Rat. So if I log in as Karmelit now, so let's just try opening a new incognito browser. We shall try to log in as Karmelit. I should see challenges. Fuck. That's not good, huh? I think something is still off now. This one shouldn't be listed as versus Karmelita. It should be listed as maybe the equals check doesn't work. We need to write some tests for this, for sure. I guess on this level. So let's just start by adding some tests. And then I want to... I can mock stuff. Why not? I don't know how to do it. And this we will do next week. Alrighty, that's it. Phew. I hope putting challenges or putting unit tests for this here is gonna be good enough. I should hope so. We could always write a dummy implementation of a repository, of course. The thing is though, there is some other stuff that's depending on the DAO queries. So maybe you should move these to scenario tests. We should do that anyway. Yeah, I think we should do that from the start, in fact. Okay. Whatevs. I'm gonna call it a night because it's already really late. There was another thing we need to protect, but that I will add as a task. No, I mean, this is already done, I think. That's the one we're currently working on. And then what I wanted to do is verify you cannot accept your own created challenges. Voila. That's messed up if you can't do that. Cool. All right. That was a fun session. You did a bunch of Elm stuff. Some nice refactoring there. The UI is still looking like ass, but I mean, eventually it will work out. Ah, here. This is also incorrect. I still need to do it when you do this one. No, wait, find pending for. But this one, yeah, this one. I also need to do it here. Ah, shit, not here. Here. Voila. And there the button should just be disabled. If you exit, if you can open your own challenge, just like here. So I am not Scallop, but I challenged Scallop, and here it says Scallop challenged you to a duel. Maybe it is correct. Yeah, here it's definitely incorrect because I can't log in as RGM. It's the same here, in fact. And I also feel like no, that's just the problem of the back button. The state doesn't get restored. Okay, whatever. All right, I'm gonna call it a night. Alrighty. Have a good one. See you next week, normally. Let's check real quick if that's indeed the case. Yeah. The 2nd of November. We're already November then. Alright, have a good one. And end of the week, etc, etc. And hopefully see you next time. Deuces! Bye bye!